Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to Read Your Library Sprints. It is Courtney. I am your host for a few hours. As you know, Read Your Library Sprints is a readathon that is celebrating reading your library. Okay, reading your library readathon is created by Atia at Booking with Atia. Have a few hosts down below. Make sure you check them out. Fun times, fun times. So basically, we're just reading your library books. Okay, I know we all have that local library. Get in there, get at least one, say you participated. I know you probably have your own library too. So we got some options out there. Okay, so let me know what you are reading, all of that jazz, and go from there. Okay. Today I have not started a book because I finished one yesterday, Nine Goblins. Where is that book? Okay, it's in the other room. But anyway, Nine Goblins by T. Kingfisher. It's part of her backlist. I had a good time with it. It was very funny. You know T. Kingfisher. So that is what I read yesterday. I finished that and I didn't start anything new. So today I will be starting Memorial Drive. So I'm excited about that. I don't know much about it except that it's a memoir of an author, a Black classic author. So I haven't read a whole lot of those. I'm excited about that. And she's had a tumultuous life from my understanding. So, just want to see what her life's about. I think it's Natasha. Oh no, Natasha's. I don't know her last name. Brown. Hold up. Let me see. Do I have it written down? Natasha. Let's see. I got it off of. I forgot who. Do I have it written down? Let me see. Who told me about this book? I only have it written down on my list because I was going to read something else. Memorial Drive. If I can spell. Looks like a kid wrote this. Memorial Drive. Oh, come on. I'm looking at my libs here. See what Liz is doing. Oh, Lucky Seed is ready to borrow. I will go ahead and borrow that. That works. So Lucky Seed, by the way, y'all, this is my Tangible Reads book club, totally free. This is the book pick for the month of April, which is this month. So we will be discussing this book on April 30th at 7:30 p.m. EST. So you still have time to go ahead and check it out. The print's decent size, even though it's a thick book, but it's totally doable. It's a decent size, but it should be a fun time. All I know is that it's about a dysfunctional Asian family. It's supposed to have some comedy and salacious stuff in it. So, but it should be a good time. So let's see. What book was I? Oh my gosh, all of my books are ready. I have another book I'm supposed to be reading this month. The physical is sitting over there, and I just got the audio. So what? Oh my gosh, everything is trying to come up. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and suspend this one because I don't have the time right now. Suspend until you're ready for it. I have several books I have on suspend list. Okay. All right, let me see. There we go. Finally got it. Natasha Trethaway is the book. Oh, I'm sorry, is the author for Memorial Drive. So that is what I am going to be reading. Let me go ahead and write this down while I'm thinking about it. So let me know what y'all are reading, what you're going to be getting into today. If you're participating in Read Your Library, and if you are, what mode are you doing? I'm doing media mode, which is do the do the 4 books on the challenge card and then get one bingo on the bingo board. So let me see where I am. Oh, I just got out of it. All right, whatever. I'll get back into that later. Let me see how far I'm into this challenge. So we are about halfway. This is the 15th of the month. So we are trudging along on that respect. I have read on the challenge card, I have read two of the books. I've read Cursed Daughters in the People's Library, which was awesome. Memorial Drive is going to fit into one more category on that list. And Lucky Seed, the book club pick I was just talking about, will be the last book on that one. And that is always book club pick, the last book of the month I will read. So there is that. And then where's the bingo? And then on my bingo card, I read a graphic novel, favorite color, which is a lot of them. Free space, let that be free, new release. Repeat author, which was T. Kingfisher for Nine Goblins. So I have finished my bingo right there. Let me go ahead and put an X on this. Let's see. So bingo card is done, or for what I was going to read. So I have one more criteria to fulfill for Read Your Library Readathon. So whoo-hoo, yay me, right? Okay, so there's that. Just trying to keep myself on track. Okay, so that is what we have for me for going on for today. Okay, we're going to be sprinting here till 6 p.m. EST, and then after that we have our lovely girl Mills next chapter, who will be taking over for Read Your Library Sprints. Okay, I'll be milling around throughout most of the day. I got to get some hair stuff done. Can't commit to a hairstyle, so I am combing out the locks I've had for like maybe a month, so not too long, but so that's what I'm doing. So I'm just looking on my list, seeing if there's anything that I forgot. That's it. Productive day. Set. Okay, let's see what we're doing in the chat. Okay, we have Miss Mel. How are you doing, lovely lady? What's going on today? What are you reading? Paula says hello. Paula, by the way, and Chantel with Pleasure Your Shelf Book Club. I love that title. Are sprinting right now, by the way. Check them out. I do believe Dee Dee is also sprinting as well for Vikingathon. For anybody in the chats that knows much about Vikingathon, I know I'm not participating, but I've been in the chats like for the last 2 months. Okay, let me know what Vikingathon is about. I should look it up. I probably will if y'all don't tell me, but let me know the details of Vikingathon and how long it lasts. Okay, I've been seeing it almost 24/7 like the last month or so, and so I was curious how long it's about. By the way, have allergies. That's me. Paula is saying, popping in the like button and knitting and listening to Anne of Green Gables. Oh, you got a classic there. Okay, that works. Hopefully you enjoy. Mel says hello to Paula. Hello, Chris. How are you doing today? Welcome to the fold. Mel says, I have half the challenge card completed and I need 2 more spots on the bingo board. There we go. Good job. Okay. I like a plan coming together. Y'all seem like y'all are rocking and rolling, so that's good. Okay, so that works. Okay, you're on your way there. You still have half a month, so plenty of month left for sure to get this challenge, Read Your Readathon challenge done. So just slow and steady, y'all. Slow and steady. Paula says today is the last day of Vikingathon. Oh, okay. I thought, okay. How long has it been? I know it was all last month, right? And then it's like a month and a half Readathon. I saw it pop up. I be missing stuff. I work night shifts, so I be missing a lot of things. So I find out through y'all. I watch BookTube, but I definitely notice on night shift I do miss a lot more things out there. So I popped up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, they're celebrating Vikings," and then it went the next month, and I didn't know what was going on. So. Let's see. Wolfworm today. Why does that sound? Isn't that a T. Kingfisher too? Wolfworm. That sounds familiar. Wolfworm. Yeah. Okay. Yep. T. Kingfisher / Ursula Vernon. Okay. Let me see what this. I remember not adding it to my list. I like T. Kingfisher's writing. I like her fantasy. Like cozy fantasies, if that makes sense, more than her creepster books. Like I read What Moves the Dead and What Stalks the Deep. I definitely like What Stalks the Deep better, but I liked What Moves the Dead, but it wasn't my favorite. So I'm always just sometimes I won't say it's hit or miss, but I like a book that has more going on than atmospheric. And so she tends to write those. So, but I like looking at whatever she writes to just make sure it's something I would like to. Gothic horror. I probably read that book Gothic and got scared. 1899 Carolina, Parasite Horror Linked. Ooh. Body horror. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting. Strange occurrences, local legend, blood thing, dark secret holders, entomological research. Yeah. Oh, okay. I know why that sounds very interesting. That reminded me a bit of What Stalks the Deep. I think that's the reason why I took it off the list there. But I also was distracted and I saw Nine Goblins and was looking for a previous author book. And also, this one is before 2020 for Read Your Library Readathon. So it fits into two different categories for that. Well, hopefully you're enjoying that book, Sovin. Hopefully it, all pans out. I don't think it's that long, too, is it? Mel says hello to Chris, and Paula says hello to Mel and Chris. Chris says hi back, and Mel says hello to Sovin. So we have a sprint we're going to do. The first one, okay, y'all. I exercised, got up late because, that's what I do. And I am tired, but I am starting. So I'm going to get up after this and go and have some food and then go for a little mini walk to stretch my legs. Okay, so that is the plan. I would prefer this to be switched around. But here is our race right here, by the way, okay? We have an emoji race. March 16th through April 15th. It's to do with North Spring Equinox. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I thought that was like a book or something that was inspired by it, but that makes sense. It's 16th through 15th. Okay. I don't know. It seems like it's been longer, probably because it's just been around a lot and I've seen a lot of it. But fun time. I really love the thumbnail picture. I was talking to say atmospheric, but it really sets the tone. I think it's very beautiful too. I like, nature stuff. So, okay. So here's your emojis, y'all. We're going to have an emoji race. Let me know which one you're going to pick. I'm trying to look at this layout. Oh my gosh. Why did this layout come like this? I don't like that either. Oh, okay. This one's one. I like this better. Okay. So here is our emoji race, y'all. We are going to have a frustrated emoji. We have a smiley face emoji. We have a tongue sticking out. Maybe they're really smiley and snarky, or maybe they're hungry. And number 4 is like, oh no, home alone emoji. Okay. I'm going to go with number 3 because number 3 looks like something's delicious. And who doesn't want something delicious? So let me know which emoji that you would like to win this race. Let us know. Let me make sure I have this book on set. So I'm going to eat some food and then I'm going to take a walk on the first race. So that is my plan. If my husband does not come with me, I'm going to start this book, Memorial Drive. Let me return Nine Goblins so somebody else could lovely take a look at it. There we go. Return that early. Make sure y'all manage your Libby. Okay. Now, I think that any book that you acquire while you have it is yours, no matter if anybody's waiting on it or not. That's my opinion. But, if you're done with it, you can go ahead and, return them back to the fold. I think people would appreciate that. There we go. All right. Looking at what these other random things on my phone are. All right. Let's see. Where am I at in the chat? Okay, Mel's going to go with number 3 as well. Okay. And then Sylvan's going to go with number 4. And Paula's gonna go in number three as well. Okay, awesome. Okay, well, we have a good race. Three and four. Three seems to be very popular. We'll see who wins. Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start this because my stomach is telling me go eat now. Okay, I'll see you on an hour. Happy reading. we go. I almost was like, watch they don't win last minute. Okay, that's a good first race, y'all. Okay. Make sure you hydrate. Just finished my second one of these, which, how many ounces are those? 32? I can't remember. Whew, okay. How was that sprint for everybody? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Is that coming off the screen? There we go. Whew, oh, no, we don't need it twice. There we go. So, productive sprint. I did not read, obviously. But what I did do was I ate breakfast, which was delicious. It was leftover pasta. I ate it with some little puffed wheat things or whatever. So I did that, and then what else? Oh, and then I took a walk. So, and I just got back from that. So this was like really great timing as far as with the time that I got back. So not mad at that at all. So that was my sprint. Okay. I do note that they are working around in my neighborhood. So got to take a look at, what they're destroying. I don't know why they're paving the streets. They look amazing as is, but taxpayer dollars, I guess, are keeping things looking good. So there you go on that one. Okay, so let's see. We'll get back to the chat here. I don't think I even started where we were at on this one. Oh, come on. Hopefully we don't have an occurrence of what we had yesterday, y'all. For those of y'all that were here yesterday, which was Tuesday, my normal sprint time, I actually had to end the sprint early. It was right around the time of the last sprint because the stream crashed. I have no idea why it crashed. It just stopped working. I was able to click to get off, but I couldn't do anything within restream. So it was really annoying. So hopefully we're okay with that today because we're here till 6. Okay. So let's see. All right. So Paula had chosen number 3. I had chosen 3, and Mel chose number 3, and Sylvan chose number 4. So 3 was the winner there. Chris will go with 2 to be different. Okay, that didn't work, but that's okay. That's okay. We have another race there. Hey, Miss Leslie, popping in to say hello while I'm at work. I wish I was home reading. Have a nice day, everyone. I wish you're at home reading too. Hopefully work goes really quickly and that you can get some pages in, okay? Hey, Miss Bree, how are you doing today? You are off today? Score, that's what I'm talking about. Cleaning and filing taxes, that is what happens as an adult. A day off to clean. I'm not mad at something like that. Like add a few drinks in there, obviously, but I am not mad of getting a day off so I could stay at home and take care of my dirty house, because I could definitely do that. It's rough in these streets here. But hopefully at the day off, you can pace yourself instead of being rushed in that cleaning process. The taxes, I can't put a positive spin on that at all, okay? Today is tax filing day, by the way. For those in the USA who are not aware, today is the last day to file your taxes unless you are looking for an extension. In that case, you need to make sure you get that extension done, okay? As someone that is a procrastinator, actually, that is not true. As someone who is married, no, okay, let me backtrack. I'm a procrastinator, but I get shit done. But as someone who is who's married to a procrastinator in tax filing, we have filed several extensions. Prior to being married, I have never filed a tax extension. I got my shit done. Generally, it was like February, early March timeframe is when I normally would do it. And now we're like always last minute, okay? I commend those people that get it done immediately. Like my sister's that way. I have a coworker, it's like within the first week of tax filing season, she has to just get it done, Otherwise it's like OCD. And I just am like, when we do it, we do it, As someone that tends to owe money, I am not in a rush, okay? But lately, what we've been doing in the last few years is just doing additional withholding. And so we tend not to owe money and actually get a refund. I think it's been maybe, is it the last year was the first? It's either last year or the year before that was the first time we got a refund and didn't owe for years. But since I did the additional withholding, it's been fine since. I'd rather give you extra money now than pay you on the back end later. Because most of us don't know this, but employers don't generally hold out the amount of money that they should. It's either too much or too little, which is why you get the refund if it's too much, But they tend to not hold out enough for us. So that's why I did the additional one. But file them taxes. Hopefully you get some money, girl. That's always nice to get a little bonus at the end. I mean, it's your money, but it's nice to get that. Oh, I don't like filing the last day, which we've done that. We've done that twice. It's nerve-wracking because I'm always like, what if I run into an issue? It's already frustrating enough, but if I run into an issue and it's the last day, like a system crash, or I have to speak to somebody or get a document, I'm always just like, if I can't get it that day, then what happens? It's just like, ugh, nerve-wracking. But I get it. Get it done. Get it done. Glenda says, hey there, Courtney and everyone. I'm reading Hunger by Choi Jin Young, Korean translated book. I'm reading for the translated workspace on the bingo board. Ooh, awesome. Awesome. Hopefully you're enjoying that, Ms. Glenda. Hello, Cherie. Listening to Lucky Seed at 42%. This is wild. Okay, I see you, girl. Lucky Seed book club pick. I'm going to be talking about this all the time. Book club pick for my channel for April. So April 30th, 7:30 p.m. we will be discussing this. I already have the link already put up. So if you want to, you can go ahead and hit the notification button so you won't forget it. I did hear it was pretty wild and fun. I have not started it yet. So I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I have 2 books by Justinian Young on the list for this year. So hopefully they pan out. But you're giving me high hopes that that is going to be a good book. Okay. So I'm happy you're reading it. You choose. I choose. The smiley. That is. Oh, that's what was that? 2? No, that was number 2, right? Glenda says yellow. Oh my gosh. Hello to Cherie, Bree, Leslie, Chris, Paula, Mel, Paula Sylvan, and anyone I missed. Hello, Lolo. How are you doing? Oh, Lola. I'm sorry. I say Lolo because I have a friend named Lolo. How you doing, Lola? What's going on? What's going on? Lola says hello to me and to Glenda. And I just made a mocha coffee. That sounds yummy. The mocha part, not the coffee part. Is that a iced coffee or a regular hot coffee? I love a good iced coffee. Lola's going to be reading Do You Remember by Frida McFadden. Frida McFadden has a 3-word title. I'm just joking. All the ones I know are like the teacher, the inmate, the boyfriend, that type thing. Well, hopefully you enjoy that. Frida be having them nice little twists that keep you coming back, okay? Mel says good afternoon to me. Oh, it is afternoon. Oh, yes. Paula says hi. Hold up. And Restream is doing what it was doing yesterday, which is recycling comments again. Okay, let me see to where we're at. Oh my gosh. Does anybody else use Restream that's here in the chats? Because Restream did this. Yesterday was the first time where they recycled chats, the comments. But I note that on YouTube, you don't see them twice. But with me, it'll just start coming back like from the beginning again. So now I got to see where we were at. It's so strange. Okay. 3, 2, popping in. There we go. I'm just looking to see where we're at. Lucky Seed. I've seen that comment 3 times. Mocha Coffee. Wolfworm. Okay. Maybe this is new right here. I don't remember this comment. So Sylvan finished Wolfworm. Oh, we were just talking about that before the spread. Okay. Okay. By Ursula Vernon / T. Kingfisher. Fisher. How was it? Did it pan out? Let me know. Read some chapters of Ivory Key. Oh, look at you. Finish one, going to the next. Okay. I like it. I like it. Get some good content reading in. I love it. Love it. Lola said, how was Wolfworm, Sylvan? I want to read that one. Yeah, it sounds very gothic and atmospheric and creepy. Okay. Let me know how that pans out. I think T. Kingfisher does a good job of adding in comedic elements, which are hilarious. It almost reminds me of Reno 911 sometimes, but also adding in like creepy elements that make it seem so like seamless within the environment. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Makes for very compelling, compelling content. I think that they should convert a book of hers to like a television show or a movie. I think that, or even a cartoon, I think would be hilarious. Like Non-Goblins would be a very interesting, like animated short. But what do I know, right? Lola's Google deleted my comment. Oh, sorry. What was your comment? Oh, I did see that comment. Hold up. Yeah. See, I don't know what's going on with. See, if Google is deleting your comments, but I saw it here, and then Restream is recycling, I have no idea. Just know, y'all, that if for some reason we do get kicked out of here, what I'll do is create another stream. Okay, we will be here till 6 o'clock, either on this stream or another one. I don't know. You know, sometimes these services be getting on their little cycle sometimes. So you gotta do something different. So just so you know. Yesterday cut out, it was like right at the end, so I didn't mind it. But if this is like halfway through or something, then I definitely would mind that. Lola wants to read it. Never mind, I see double comments from me. Okay, you see it there. Okay, perfect. I filed on Tuesday. Oh, see, you waited till the last minute too. Hey, I did Friday, so I was last minute too. So I get it. Yeah, I'm not in any rush for the taxes. It's like, am I going to owe money or am I going to get some? Okay. Lately, I've been more confident in getting money back because I've been putting in excess amounts, but I work more here now where I'm at this job. So I make more money. So I didn't know how that would pan out with, tax brackets and stuff. So we're not getting as much back, but we're getting some. But yeah, taxes is a pain. Do y'all file your taxes yourself or do you go somewhere else and get them done? Let me know. Let me know. Because we used to do H&R Block. And we had a horrible experience years ago. Oh my gosh, I would not wish that on my worst enemy. We were there for hours and hours and hours, got a brand new newbie. Because anybody can work at H&R Block, y'all. You take the little software class or whatever, and they go up there. And so we got a guy that was new, and he kept asking this other guy, like the newness showed for random like new thing. Like I could have told him the answers to these things that he was asking the other guy. And prior to being married, I used to always do my own taxes. I always did them. Every once in a while I would have somebody do them, but for the most part I did mine. Like when I was in high school, I submitted my mom's taxes, And so then I was paying somebody and then I was like, I don't need to be doing this. Let me just, but when I got married, we didn't know how to do joint stuff in the house and stuff. So we started paying somebody. And this guy, just a horrible experience. It just was. So I'm like, between my husband and I think we have some knowledge between us. So I'm like, we gonna start doing this ourselves. So we got the software. It costs like, I think we paid like a little bit under 200 this year for it. And did it ourselves. Like the last few years, I stand by, get my husband all the documents, and he does it. I just make sure he does it. Like I said, make sure he does it because he'll procrastinate. That's the reason why we're late doing it anyway. Because I'll be like, babe, we're gonna do taxes this year, and if I don't follow up, or this weekend, and if I don't follow up, then it doesn't happen. So we were like down to the wire with us both working and things busy during the week. I was like, look, Friday. No, I think it was Saturday. It was Saturday. I was like, Saturday is it. I wrote it on the calendar with like 5 exclamation marks. We got it done. Okay. I cleaned some stuff while he did the taxes. Okay. And I was available for the frustration that it was. I was the one that provided the passwords, and I'm the troubleshooter. Hey, I can't find this document. So while he's having a meltdown, I'm like, look, relax. Let me go find it. That type thing. But got it done. It's so much less headache to just sit at home and do it yourself if you can. I know not everybody's able to, but I just was pissed of paying somebody. I think we paid that guy like $600. I'm still pissed. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago. But we paid him like $600 and still owed. I think we owed like $1,500 on top of that. And I was like, never again am I paying somebody so I can owe money and then sit there for 7 hours. Not going to do it. It's not even complicated either. We take a standard deduction. I didn't even understand that. Anyway, hi, Christina. I'm having a PTSD for tax flashback at H&R Block. How are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? Okay. Lola says hello. And Christina's going to remind us to do the things. Let's see what I've done. We're going to hydrate. I've definitely done that. I'm going to do it some more too. You're going to feed yourself. Okay, hydrate, feeding. Check the laundry. I did look at some earlier today and separate it, but we're not going to be washing today. So I'm going to consider that done. Take the meds. We're going to stretch. Do the like button. I've done on 3 streams today. And make sure you sub and ring the bell so you can hopefully get notified. Did I sub to someone's channel today? I have a vague recollection, but that might have been late last night. So I'm not going to put that in there just in case. I won't make a liar out of myself. So there we go. I did hit the notification on Nell's stream for after here. So I'm already subbed, but that's a notification. So there we go. We did the things, y'all. Did the things. Here are the announcements for Read Your Library. Here's the Sprint trolley as well, so you can make sure that you're aware. Readathon for Read Your Library is the entire month of April, so we still have 15 more days of goodiness, okay? Hopefully you continue to take that with you, though, and read your library books afterwards, okay? Lola says, I used to hate tax day when I worked at Taco Del Mar. It was free taco day. I don't know that. It was so annoying working by yourself and being slammed. Oh, I never thought of free stuff on tax day. I don't think I've ever heard of Taco Del Mar, but now I want to find one so I can get some free tacos. Okay, y'all, another motive question. Who's giving away free shit for tax day? Okay, let me know, okay? Because today is 75-cent wings at this place I like, right? So I generally go there and pick up my wings to go because I'm not always off on Wednesdays. So when I am and I remember, automatically is wings on Wednesday. So I will be out. I may be able to swing by another place if I'm getting something for free. So let me know. Where's the free food? Important question of the stream. A new thought unlocked, okay? I should put my husband on it. He's a foodie. That food will tell me where the free stuff is, okay? Sullivan liked it. This we're talking about Wolfworm. Something with the writing made it feel juvenile, but it was good and kind of creepy. You know what? T. Kingfisher kind of has that style to her. Now, she did start out writing children's books and segued into, more adult. So that might be why you get that feel. I read some article or something about her the other day, and she talked about how she segued because while she enjoyed children's books, there was just content that she wanted to write that just didn't fit into that. So you might be getting that feeling of a little juvenile because that's where she comes from. But I think it, at least in the books that I've read with her, I think it comes off juvenile, but it comes off really fun at the same time. But you still have like crazy, like you can have some killing and bloodiness in some of it, so it still comes off as a fun time with her. But if you want to look at a little bit more, Nine Goblins was really fun time. I really did enjoy that one. And Nettle and Bone will still be my favorite when it comes to that. Sharon Juanita says, I can't wait to discuss Lucky Seed. I have so many thoughts. I'm excited. You got me excited about it. Okay. I'm going to make better notes. I think that with the book last month, I didn't make as many notes as I did with, what was the book for? Oh my gosh, I'm having a blank. The book club that I did for, February for Winch, I made a lot more like structured notes about discussion points. Last month, I kind of winged it, and I think I would do better to write down some stuff because there are so many things after the fact, like in the structure that I wanted to discuss that I didn't. So, but I'm excited to read Lucky Seed. I think that it's I think it has some good content like action or whatever, if you will, in it, or family drama. But I also heard it had some really good poignant points. So it's not a traditional book club book that I've been told, which I like the idea of. I don't mind books that have all this introspective thinking. But I also like some that are pretty fun too. So I think it'd be a good time as well. Lola says, thank you for answering my question, Sovin. I have read one book by Team Kingfisher so far called A Sorcerer's Calls and loved it. I haven't read that. But she has a pretty extensive backlist. So she has a lot of books out. I will say I did read The Hollow by her. And of all the books I've read, I didn't like that one as much. But what was that? A House with Good Bones was pretty good. And even What Stalks the Deep and What Moves the Dead, they had that creep factor for you a bit, for sure. And they were still pretty good. But I didn't like The Hollow. Lola says, I did a hot coffee. I'm out of ice. Oh, no. Now you got me thinking about iced coffee. Okay, well, that's fine. You got your caffeine in, okay? Casey, is Lola, am I missing somebody? Is Lola Casey? Let me know. Hello, Casey. Christina says hello to everybody. Hi, Jessica. You're working on schoolwork. Get her done. Thank you for coming by. Don't let us disturb you too much, okay? Cherie says hello to Christina. Glenda says hello. Some more hellos. Bree says, I'm waiting up until evening to file my taxes. I'm going to I know it, even with $15,000 in medical that I'll add. Dang, yeah. It's always something. Don't you hate it when you owe? It burns me up. It's like, how much money I spent throughout the year and contributed and you still owe? Especially with you when you have to add in all that stuff too. And you got a kid, so you get a credit. Y'all, I need a credit somehow. I don't need a deduction. I want a credit. I keep hearing about random things. They're talking about possible changes to the laws. And I'm just like, y'all not making enough for me, okay? Not making enough changes. Mel says, just got back from a walk and it's a beautiful day outside. It is indeed a beautiful day, y'all. Oh my gosh. My walk was so nice. And all the construction people were out tearing up my neighborhood, and I didn't even mind. I did not mind. I just very, very beautiful. Yes. Mm. Get out, y'all. Enjoy some Mother Nature. Make sure you hydrate too, okay? Oh, I forgot. I don't have any more water. But yeah, make sure you hydrate. Lola says Taco Del Mar is yummy. My old place is closed though. So not sad about it. My boss was a real biatch. Well, you know what? That's how it is sometimes, you know. You don't have good management, you can't expect it to stay in business. Well, if I pass by Taco Del Mar, I'll go take a look and think of you, Lola, okay? But I want to know where the free food's at. Let me know. I was in Tacoma area. Okay. You haven't been out that way in a minute. My friend stays out that way. Lola said yes. Bree says, I don't get the earned income. I make over 42. Otherwise, I would be making bank and would file taxes the day it opens. That's true. But you know what? The more you make, the more you owe. So it's supposed to, well, I don't know. I say it's supposed to even out. I don't think it really does. But the more you make, the more that you owe. So you might not necessarily get that, yeah, that refund. But I would suggest this because I did it for myself when I kept having to owe. I was like, why? Like we both claimed zero. I've always claimed zero. So I don't understand why we owe. So I actually looked at the tax laws and, you know, maybe I'm a bit of a nerd, so whatever, but I wanted to be like, why the hell am I still owing money? And I did the calculations so I could understand it. It didn't take that long, but I was on a quest just to sit down and understand it backwards and forwards. And that's why I realized that my employer is not taking out enough taxes. And most of us probably are in that same boat. So if you're finding that you owe, I would suggest you take a look at how your taxes are calculated and check to see what percentage your employer is taking out. And then that is why they have that additional amount withheld. Because I was always like, why the hell would you want to give the government more money and withhold? That's what that is for. So once I did that with my husband's and my income, then I found that we stopped owing and we actually got a refund. Yeah, you claim zero. Yep. See, I do too. I've always claimed zero. But it could be that, and I don't know about earned income and that credit or whatever, but it could just be your employer's not taking out enough. So I would take a look at that first and see. Like you can't really affect like the fact that they're going to take money out from you and if you're going to get a credit or a deduction or whatever. Certain things are just inevitable, but you can affect whether or not you're going to owe at the end of the year based off of, I mean, it's an estimate. So I would overestimate and have them take out more instead of you owing. So that's what I did. I based it based off of, hey, this is roughly what my husband and I earned last year. I mean, I've left it the same, but it's roughly how much we owe, we earned. And I put that additional, like I look at what my employers are taking and I kind of divvy up that amount that we've been owing into additional withholdings for both of us. So that at the end of the year, it mitigate that issue. So Bree says, I think that's the same. I went back to taking out an additional 25 per check this year. So if you're still thinking that you're old, maybe you need to up that. Like maybe up that to like 50 or 100. Like if you up it to 100, then you know. Like if you're only having to like pay, I don't know, a few hundred versus like, hey, you owe $7,000, you know? that's the worst. That's the most deflating thing ever. Okay. I can see if I owe $100, but you tell me I owe $7,000, no way. But just overestimate how much additional, and that way you can guarantee yourself a low refund because it's money you're not gonna miss. Truthfully, if you didn't get it, then you deal with whatever money came into your house, whether it's too much or too little, right? Um, then when you get that nice chunk back at the end of the year, you'll be like, woohoo, party time, you know? I'd rather that though, because that first time I got that, I owe girls. I had them recalculate them taxes like 3 times. I was like, no, that's a mistake. Go ahead. Let's redo this. Okay, that ain't right. And they're like, yeah. I was like, hold up, how the hell does that happen? And then it kept happening. I was just like, nah, fam, this is not right. Okay. And that's because when you depending on your income, like when you file jointly, now you have a bigger income. Okay. So it might not be you that's the problem. It could be your spouse. I mean, it's nice to have a decent little money up in there, but it's like, dude, y'all taking a lot, okay? I know people that make less money than I do, like significantly less money, but they take home and live better than I do because they pay less in taxes and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody has a different standard. So I would say just calculate them their taxes and how they're taking it out so you won't have that big surprise, because I don't like surprises in that respect. Okay. I don't like spending money on things that I didn't ask for. I don't like to shell out money that I don't need to be shelling out. It pisses me off. So oh yeah, we're gonna get to this next sprint. I don't like the layout. I don't know why it does this layout. All right, I'm just trying to figure out a layout, but we have a bird race here, y'all. Can I get this changed? Oh, come on, Restream. What are you doing? Okay, Restream is doing some ish like it did yesterday, and I just got the unresponsiveness thing. All right, we're gonna wait this out a little bit. Sorry, that was when I was clicking around trying to figure out what would work. My bad. Thank you. No, I was just saying that you wouldn't miss that extra money. It's just the extra little bit because it's not even in your account yet. So you can sacrifice now for something you don't see and use it for something else later. So, but it's up to you. I would say just look at what you have of what you're owing and divvy that up and then put like an extra $50, like total, not like per month or whatever. So, um, but yeah, taxes, gotta love them. Okay, y'all, let's get to a bird race. Bird, come on, come on. We have 1 through 4. Let's see, what are we gonna go with identifying? We'll go with the head. Number 1 has a gray head, blue, 2 is blue, 3 is red, and 4 is a dark brown. I like that 3 and 4. I'm going to go with number 3, the red head. Red-headed bird. I like the odds. I like that one. So let me know, who do you want to win? Who do you want to win? On this next sprint, what am I going to do? So on this next sprint, I'm going to do my hair and probably start Memorial Drive by Natasha. Is it Natasha Tremblay? Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Natasha Tremblay, yes. So I'm going to start Memorial Drive. So I'll listen to that. I might make some iced coffee. Now y'all got me thinking about iced coffee up in here. Oh, Annie Taker's here. I wonder if y'all getting hung up with Restream here. Let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anybody's choices. Oh, there you go. Okay, came through here. Hello, Chantel. How are you doing, Miss Lady? Are y'all still streaming? Let me know. Come on by again. Miss Jessica's gonna go with number 4. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. I like that one. I like that one. Okay, actually. Oh my gosh, y'all. I got the yawns. Okay, I see Miss Chantel and Miss Paula are still sprinting. Let's see who else is sprinting. Miss Dee Dee is sprinting. Oh, I definitely need to go by there. Okay, I see Miss Dee Dee and I see Paula and Chantel. All right, let me get off this, otherwise I'll be going down the rabbit hole again, y'all. You know how that goes. Okay, so we're going to start this sprint here. We sure are. Oh, awesome, awesome. Okay, I'll be by. Okay, y'all. Happy sprinting. See you in an hour. And it is the bluebird. A bluebird fly away. Okay, well, that was that sprint. How would that sprint go for everybody? Let us know. Let us know. That was a busy sprint for me, okay? Had a few things going on. I managed to accomplish everything except reading, okay? But that's okay. That is definitely going to be the next sprint for reading, okay? Let's see. Gonna find another timer here. But yeah, I took a shower, which is, a nice thing to do. I enjoyed that immensely. Had to get some of the grime from working out this morning and the walk and cleaning up and all that good stuff. So got that done on this lovely, beautiful day. And then I organized some stuff, and then we're talking about iced coffee. So I had some new protein iced coffee come in the mail. So I went ahead and did that. And that, it tastes okay. I made one for myself and one for my husband. I put some, like, what is it? Them little syrups or whatever. So I put that in his, and he's thoroughly enjoying that one. And with a little bit of like sweet and low. And then I just put a little sweet low in here. So not too bad. Iced coffee there. Protein iced coffee. So 10 grams of protein per scoop. You got to get that protein in. All right. So let's see where we're at in the chat. Oh no, what is Restream doing? Well, oh no. Restream is trying to act up like it was yesterday. I don't know what that is about why it's doing that. Let's see if I can wait it out a little bit. Is it going to let me? All right, maybe it's just going slow. We'll see. All right, so I have, where was I at in the chats? I know I circled where it was at, but I don't see. I see some old comments. Maybe I did not circle. I thought I did. Mel said the blue pigeon. We were talking about me being muted, waving some hands. Chantel came in, going by the stream. I passed by Chantel and Paula's stream, and then I also passed by Dee Dee's stream. And then I went to take a shower and lost track of time. I do believe Dee Dee was on her last sprint, so I'm not sure who's up next for Vikingathon. Mel says hello to Chantel. Chantel's hanging in there. Glenda was voting for number 1. Mel took a nap. Oh, I like that idea a lot. Okay, I like that idea. Nothing wrong with that. How do you feel? How do you feel with that nap? Okay, was it like one of them 20-minute power refreshers? They work. I work. I don't really like taking naps because then I feel discombobulated when I get up, but I also feel like I'm missing out on something. But every once in a while I do. I'll take a nap, but I feel like with me already working night shift, I'm sleeping during the day already. So taking a nap, I feel like it's kind of excessive. So generally I try to power through my day if I'm tired and then go to bed early. Now, early for me is probably still midnight, but the other day I went to bed at like 11. When I work like 3 days in a row, I just get tired. 2 I can do. 3 takes a lot out of me. But yeah, I just go to bed early on that one, or just fall asleep watching TV. That's generally what my husband does, because I'm always like, let's watch another show, and he wants to go to bed, and he just tends to sit up and just fall asleep on the couch at some point. So that works too. Jessica made coffee at the beginning of the sprint, and at the end, I made pizza rolls. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. But that whole sprint, I worked on schoolwork. All of that sounds productive and good. I'm sitting on these pizza rolls because I'm hungry, okay? I ate breakfast already, but today is wing night, okay? So after sprints, I plan to go to my wing spot and get my discounted wings with like the best garlic Parmesan sauce ever, okay? It's like 75 cents a wing. So I normally get 2 orders of 10 so that I can have some the next day. Or an order of 10 and an order of 5. But yeah, so yum, 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 yum. So I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to wait to eat. But enjoy those pizza rolls. Mel, love a good power nap. It definitely refreshes me. As long as it doesn't exceed 20 minutes, I don't feel groggy. I have heard that there's a science behind that, like why China has like the kids sit like at their desk with their heads down, and while like in Europe and some places they shut everything down for a few hours during the day. So that sounds pretty interesting, a little power time. I don't think they'll let us do that at the hospital. As soon as we try to relax, it's like cold blue. They're nuts though. But yeah, I bet you feel really good. Especially when you have kids though. I think it's a different concept when you have kids. And let me know if this is true. I've had it explained to me that, like if you have a kid, you sleep when they sleep, especially when they're smaller, because they're big balls of energy, right? And you need to take that nap when they sleep. Otherwise, you will not have the energy to get through the day with them. So let me know if that's true since you have little ones. Y'all, I wanted to tell y'all briefly about an event that I went to was it Sunday? I think it's Sunday. Now, y'all are going to, if you take a look at my vlog, it'll show a lot more details. It'll come out on Saturday. I'm still kind of editing, and it'll be short. But I went to something called the Mud Girl Run. Let me know if y'all have ever heard of Mud Girl. It's basically one of those fun runs. It benefits women suffering from breast cancer. It's a fun time. Basically, it's one of those fun runs where you do like a 5K, but you have obstacles along the way. And the whole concept is that, it gets kind of muddy. You're going through trails, and also there's mud obstacles. So I volunteered at it because, I thought it'd be cool to do. I wanted to kind of see what the course looked like before actually participating in something. But also, it's public service. I like that. But you also get a free ticket. I like that too. So you get a free ticket to go for a future Mud Girl. And if you want to that day, you could actually participate. And after everybody finished, you could go run the course yourself. We didn't do that. My husband was tired, so we just kind of grabbed some food and left. So we'll be emailing the ticket and for a future run. But I'm excited about, actually running the course. Actually, that's not true. I'm not running anywhere. I will walk the course, and many people walked. But it was a fun time. So let me know if you're into like fun runs. Generally they benefit some sort of cause or charity. But they're a good time. Normally you get a t-shirt and a little swag and all of that stuff as well. Mel said, America doesn't believe in letting people ride. Oh, who you telling, girl? That's why you have to find your relaxation any way that you know how. Okay. I believe in taking your time and doing some stuff. Okay. I think a lot of times we feed into that ourselves though. We have to rush. My husband definitely feeds into that quite often. And I'm always telling him, stop, like, don't rush me. Don't do this. It's like, I don't think he means to do that, but it's really frustrating and annoying because to me, and it's one of the concepts that really hit home for me a lot more after I had some fertility issues or whatever. So after all of that, I put a lot of things in perspective of just how much we are stressing ourselves about things that don't matter and things that you can't affect in the end. So don't stress yourself out about everything. Now, some things do need to be stressed. I'm in healthcare. I get it, but I also sometimes take I wouldn't say I take a lackadaisical, but a very calm approach to things. Like a good example is at the mud run thing, right? We had an emergency. They talked all this stuff at the beginning in the safety briefing about if you have an emergency, call the medic. But you're probably not going to have an emergency. It's a rare instance you have an emergency. Of course, at my course, I have a lady that comes to me talking about she's breaking out in hives. She's turning red. I could see that, like on her belly. and she feels like her throat is closing up, which is an emergency if anybody starts having a throat closing up, because your airway is where you need to breathe. Okay. Um, her friend was doing a Karen and was freaking out more than her, but they kept asking me if I have an EpiPen. Do I look like I have an EpiPen? Okay. Anyway, I wasn't freaking out. I was like, hey, ma'am, I have a number to call. Just sit here and relax. Okay. Try to relax. Let me make the call. Obviously, of course, at that time, because I'm in the boonies, I'm literally dropped me off in a truck in the middle of nowhere. I don't know where I'm at. I think the tents at the beginning is over where I hear music across that hill, but I don't really know. But I'm like, I have a number to call. So I call it and it just keeps ringing. So I'm just going to keep blowing that number up because it's the only number I have. But this lady's like freaking out. I keeps asking me, she asked me 3 times, do I have an EpiPen? Like I said, what part of me looks like I have an EpiPen? I'm literally some random girl with a water bottle and a lunch bag with a colorful volunteer vest on. Nothing says medic about me, okay? I'm not the medic. We have medics. But I'm just keeping her calm. And then they decide they're going to run off to go towards the lady's truck to go get her EpiPen, okay, across a hill. I'm like, you should have just stayed with me, because if you were in that dire straits that you could run in your little group of 5 to try to go to your truck to get an EpiPen, apparently it's not that big of an emergency. But also, I called, somebody finally picked up. It took like 3 or 4 tries. And they got to them before they, like when they just got to the road that was nearby, but they still hadn't even traversed the hill, which later on I found out was about 2 or 3 different hills and across the stadium. But all I'm saying is that's my roundabout story of, it was, I keep calm and stressed. Okay. I saw the truck and I was like, over there, not here, no, not me, they're over there, you know? Yes, but yes, some things you could stress about. Other things, just take your time and not stress too much, okay? So if you need that power nap, go ahead and take it. If you're at home, the laundry will get done at some point. Rushing to do it now, this minute, only means that you could probably do some more because it's going to keep piling up. So why? Even at work, you know what I used to do? Because, in healthcare, everything gets logged into a computer, right? It doesn't exist, or it didn't happen if you did not chart it. So for everything we do in the medical, there's a lot of paperwork, i.e. computer work behind it, right? So, but what I used to do a lot is like write things down, like, just little basics of what I need to input things on the computer and go between patients. And I was seeing a lot of patients. And then, I have my assignment, but we help others. But then I would go help other people's assignment. Then I would spend like an hour, if not more, after that charting all of those things, my assignment and somebody else's. Now I chart as I go, which is what most people do. And if I get to help other people, I don't. If not, then they got their assignment. So they're not going to be in dire straits if I don't see extra patients for them, because nobody was doing that for me. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that, pace yourself, it's, you're going to have time to relax, but don't overstress yourself about everything. That's what I'm getting at. Christina says hello to Mel. And Mel says, I definitely try to sleep when my kids nap, but my son doesn't nap at all, really. And my daughter is slowly transitioning from naps herself, so I can't do it too often. Hey, you got to make a nap time. My mom used to do that when I was younger. As they get older, yes, they do get out of it. But your kid's still in that small phase, and even your son. But I think we were like, I'm trying to think of when. At least through elementary. I'm trying to think as I got older, if we're in high school, not high school, definitely not high school. When we were in middle school, I don't think we did that. But when we were in elementary, at least through most of that, I do remember that we had we had a nap time. My mom would be in the den. She would put a blanket down on our mats, and at a certain time, everybody got to lay it down. Okay, and that was how it was. And I used to plead, I have insomnia, I'm not sleepy. She was like, you ain't got to go to sleep, but you're gonna lay down and not get up. That's it. That was the extent of it. Don't fall asleep. Mel says to Christina, babe. Lola says, you are brave. I don't climb up things. No upper body strength. That's awesome, though. Go, Courtney. We'll see once I actually do it. I don't think they were too bad, though. Like some of those obstacles, like I managed Mud Mountain. You'll see it in my video. So it's basically a little puddle, anywhere from like it's a trench. So anywhere from like 6 inches, maybe even 3 inches of water to maybe 1.5 feet. You go into the muddy water and then you get over this 3-foot hill of mud. Okay. I mean, it's designed, you're supposed to get dirty. That's part of the mud girl thing. But some of them, like that was what I meant. And my husband had like an inflatable slide. He showed me a picture of it because I didn't know where he was. I got dropped off at a truck and then they drove off with him. It's like we met these people 10 minutes. We showed up. You're a volunteer. Here's your vest. Here's some free swag stuff. What's your lunch order? You have some water and some snacks. Okay, get in the truck. Like that's how it was. And then later on, they bought me a sandwich bag. But so they drove off with him. So he's taking pictures and sending them to me. And he is like it was like an inflatable slide, like bigger than the kiddie ones, but it's an inflatable slide. And they had a few obstacles like that. But you basically climb up one side and slide down the other. So I mean, it was fun, I'm trying to work on my upper body strength. I never used to have none, but I can see the muscle there. See some of that. I'm trying not to get too much of that. Too much. We'll see. As you get older, you lose muscle mass. So I'm just trying to mitigate that. I think the more health problems you have, the more at least trying to retain in muscle helps you. So that's basically what it's at. But I'm not swole enough. Ooh, no. I'm just trying to be functional, y'all. Kind of keep moving and keep moving. But it was a fun time. What I did like, because I participated in, I call them fun runs, but you can call them whatever. I participated in quite a lot. Not any recently, but back when I lived in Seattle in my late 20s, mid-late 20s, I participated a lot because I was very active in the groups that I ran with, and they tend to do things like that. And we actually ran back in the day. So it was fun. It kind of instilled that in me a little bit. So I want to get back into that. But this was a great opportunity because those things can get expensive, okay? A Mud Girl ticket at that time was like $48, basically $50, and parking is $20. That can get pretty pricey, okay? So I was just like, well, this would be a good way to check out the thing. And like I said, they would let you run it for free that day and give you another ticket. If I wouldn't have been staying, I don't know. And my husband would have, we stood up for a lot of the day. Next time I'm gonna bring a seat, but if my husband would have wanted to kind of at least walk around some of the course, then I would have. But he was just ready to go. So, but it was a beautiful day. It was like today, no rain. It was nice and sunny. I had a bush I could stand under. It was a good time. I like motivating people and stuff. And I thought it was very beautiful. It was mostly women, but there were guys that I was standing there, all of a sudden it's like these 5 dudes just come walking up. And I'm sitting there like, oh shit, what's going on? Because there weren't no other people inside and they just came up. But they looked like they were tourists, like they had cameras, a little fanny packs, they were like 40s, 50s. But I'm like, this is weird. So I just, made sure my back was the other way and was like, hello, gentlemen, how are y'all doing? And they were like, oh, no, our wives are coming up soon. So I was like, oh, okay. So they were taking pictures and cheering them on. One guy was his younger daughter and his wife was doing it. And he had a sign and he would be running or walking on the side of them saying, hey, y'all got this. Y'all got this. Hey, sweetie, I see you. It was a beautiful thing. I really like that. So anyway, and there was a few dudes that actually ran it. So that was pretty cool too. Mel said, when I feel like I really need a nap, and they are not going down. I usually make some popcorn and pop on a low stimulating movie. And then in my room, we cuddle together and they watch the movie and I watch my eyelids. So smart. Okay. See, you got to think outside the box for the nap arena. Okay. When you're ready, think about that. When you're ready for them to take a nap, you get in nap mode. What can make this happen? And that works for you, you know? I think a lot of times people are quick to put kids away so they can go handle things. It's like if they're taking a nap, you take one too. Let them learn laundry early. Like I think when a kid gets about, I don't know what's a good age. Because you can even start kids with doing laundry around the age of 3. Okay. Make it fun. Are they going to be doing a lot? Probably not. But they can play with the laundry. teach them the mechanics of this is what you do, you know, while you fold, make it a chore, throw the if they keep like looking like they're trying to run away, like throw a towel on them or something. It's like a joke, like fun, and they're getting out of it, and that way now you're keeping them in the area. You know, I don't have kids, but I've had tons of nieces and nephews. Okay, we have done some creative things. Oh. Chris says, I'm not good at relaxing. Even when I'm sleeping, I'm usually arguing with someone or being chased by a killer. Well, that's not good. I think you've read a lot of books on those subjects. Well, yeah, I think those books are coming to life in your dream. Maybe put them away right before sleep time. Melatonin, ashwagandha, lots of alcohol. There's a lot of tricks. You can do it, Chris. You got this. Lola says, same. My dreams be wild. I have my moments, but yeah, maybe it's because I work nights. I sleep very well. Like well, you know what? Even before, like I'm pretty good at tiring myself out during the day because I don't sit still all the time. That's the reason my dog doesn't sit underneath me. My husband can sit for hours in one spot. Like he's a gamer. He works from home. I'm not just sitting. Like if I sit for more than an hour, something's up. Like I don't even know how I've finished books because I will sit and read and get it done. But I'm just like, how with the amount of times, like I got to go to the bathroom. I got to get a snack. I got laundry. I got to go take a walk. You know, I do bring my audios with me. So I do think around the house when I'm doing some things during the day. Because I get a lot of reading done during the day. Not on my sprints, obviously, but I get a lot of reading done during the day and at work. So I think I think at work, I read a lot with my eyeballs, and at home, maybe audio if I'm going for a walk, or I don't know, it depends on what I'm doing. But yeah, you got to figure it out when you can. But keep yourself busy. Do some stuff that tires you out. So by the time it's time to sit and relax and go to sleep, you can do it without your brain running wild. Okay. I can be really tired though. And we're probably all in this same boat. Really tired, but then you sit to read to relax and you perk up, right? Like if I'm super dead tired, then I'm about to fall asleep. But there's been many a times where I was tired and I'll tell my husband, hey, I'm going to bed. And then he comes up and it's 2-3 hours later. He's like, this is back in the day. Now, you know, I just say I'm going to read. And but he'd be like, you were tired. I was like, yeah, I know, but I started reading and I got a second wind. It happens. Watch out for them wild dreams, though. You know how they say sometimes it's premonitions. Hello, Miss Vanessa. How are you doing today? Welcome. And it's lovely Atia. How are you doing, Miss Atia? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Atia says, I'll be reading Yume. That's it right? Probably did not. Sorry if I butchered that. Ume. Is that Junji Ito or something else? I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of Tomei. Never mind. What is Yume about? Let me know. Chris says, I think when a kid gets around 5, you just give him to someone else. The way you don't have to worry about raising him or worry about any nap time problems. That's funny. See, that is the benefits of being an auntie. I'm telling you, I would be a fantastic auntie in person. Okay. I would be the fun aunt, maybe inappropriate at times, but I would bring gifts every time I show up. I would take them places. That's the auntie. You show up, you do shenanigans, and then you give them back. I've always wanted to do that. I've been apprehensive about kids for most of my life, which is interesting when I made the decision to have them and then ran into issues. And to me, it was validation that maybe that's not for me, because, it is what it is. But giving them back is nice, not the responsibility. But, they're still a blessing and you take them for what they are. You just got to be in a mindset with kids. Okay, you got to be in a mindset. I'm not in that mindset. So I'm one of those, I get annoyed really easily. I didn't used to be. I've been through some stuff. So I get annoyed easily. But the whole, hey, where's all my friends with little kids? I don't meet anybody with kids. So I don't have that idea of being that auntie anymore since my family's not here. So that is missing. But yeah, very fun times. But raising them, yes, it's a challenge. Okay, you should say it's a challenge. Mel says my son is 6 and his chores are to feed the cat, help my husband take out the trash, and wipes down the fridge before we buy new groceries. That is awesome. I like that. I had never heard of the wipe down the fridge before you buy new groceries. That keeps it from getting dirty where you got to do a whole fridge clean. I need to add that to my chore list because mine just gets dirty. When it gets dirty enough, then I clean something. I'm a mess. I used to be way better. I married somebody that doesn't care about things. So instead of stressing myself out, I decided not to care as much. It works, okay? But I love he has these chores, like tangible chores that need to be done that are for the most part, an everyday thing. I like that. It's not just like mow the lawn, something you do once a week, maybe every other week, or depending on where you're at, you might not even do it for like a month. So I like he has that. That is teaching early responsibility. Go ahead with your bad self, doing some good mommying up in there. Okay, I ain't mad at it. I will say this though, laundry is important when he gets maybe a little bit older, or at least I say laundry is important for boys and girls because a lot of people relegate laundry to being a woman's task. And I think there's a lot of gray area with men's and women's tasks because we're definitely not a traditional society anymore, whether you work or not and outside of your home. I got a bruise right here. Oh my gosh, that hurts. But laundry is something that we all participate in. And a lot of times guys tend not to know what to do about that. And when they get a woman in their life, sometimes we as women take that on for them. Like I've known single women that are dating, like have a boyfriend, not living together, and they go and do their man's laundry at their house. Hells to the no. I ain't never did some other man's laundry or came to his house and cleaned it for him. But I've known several women that have done there for their boyfriends, not their husband that they live with, but their boyfriends. Not gonna do that, okay? So that's something to teach a man so that it's not an issue later, but also for women not to think that that's something they should do automatically. I know that sounds like a weird conversation topic to have this day and age, but there are so many girls that still subscribe to that and I don't get it. But it's good for him to know how to do laundry, like separating. I'm not saying all the time, but it's something that is good for a boy to know about how to take care of himself in that respect. I think they can figure out some dishes and stuff, but just having chores and then you just build upon them, I think a lot of people tend not to give kids the responsibilities And then they get to be like teens, and then they're complaining about they don't do anything. They eat and make a mess and leave. And I'm like, when they were younger, did they get any responsibilities so they can, like, to me, knowledge is expounded upon, like you teach them writing at first, and you teach them cursive if they're even doing that these days. And then you teach them how to write. And, I'm just saying everything builds like math. You teach basic 1+1=2, the multiplication, division, then we're going to exponentials and algebra and calculus. It's a building. So I feel like it's the same thing with responsibilities of let's build upon those. So by the time you become a teen or beyond, you're not some entitled a-hole like many of these kids are running to out here. Oh my gosh. I get so annoyed. Oh my gosh. Anyway, that's not me getting me into trouble. Okay. Bill says hello to Chris. Yes, definitely not Christ. Definitely not. Chris says, very true. I'm good with children for half an hour or an hour, and then I'm ready to go. Now, if they want someone to bail them out of jail, I'm the one to call. Oh no, I'm gonna be like, call your mama. Yeah, the kids are nice in spurts. If you don't have kids, you have that very lovely luxury of saying that. And I feel like there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because I've had people call me mean, spoiled, selfish. You can use whatever word you want, but I'm taking care of my responsibilities, even if that means no kids. So I don't think there's anything wrong with me saying that. Now, you have a kid, but you in the club every day and don't want to take care of them. That's another ball game. Okay, so two different things, but yeah. Nice to take care of them for a short amount of time, be that fun person. And then it's nice to know that they should keep you on speed dial in case crap hits the fan in the club or they rob a bank. Okay, Chris is right there. I'm for that. Okay. Atia says, oh yeah, Atia is calling Chris the Funkle. Nothing wrong with being the Funkle. What's the equivalent to the aunt? The font? I don't like that. The Funkle and the fonts. Nah, we need something else on that one. That one's not fun. What's the equivalent to the fun aunt? Okay, let's see, auntie, funty. I don't like that either. Fonty. No, I don't know, y'all. We need to come up with another one, another word. That's not good. That's not hitting for me at all. But you know what is hitting? We're gonna go to the next sprint here. So let me go ahead and bring this one up. Yeah, I did bring it up. And we have, if it comes up, I don't know why I disappear when this comes up. We have, there we go. Woo, that was a chore, y'all. Okay. And now Restream is lagging. I think it does that when it's confused about going from one thing to another. Come on. It's thinking, y'all. It's thinking. But this is a butterfly race while we're trying to get it together. This is a butterfly. Come on, you. Oh, no. Stop trying to crash. The stream is doing the most. I think Restream is like, look, this is for free. Because Restream is free. That it just gets stressed out. But it'll work itself out, hopefully. But we got a butterfly race. No, don't crash. I keep getting an error message up here saying stream isn't responding. Would you like to get out or wait? So I'm trying to wait it out. But we have this butterfly race right here for 45 minutes. I'm going to figure this out in the process. So butterfly race is 45 minutes. You have a green, yellow, purple, and what is that? Okay, but one is lime. We'll say lime, yellow, purple, and green. So lime, yellow, purple, and green. And obviously, I mean, you already know that I'm going to choose purple because that's just what I do. So, so we have that. Oh, let me know which one you would like to win. Come on, stream. What are you doing, Neon? I'm not able to hit up any of my command. Oh, hold up. Is it going to stress me now? I think it's trying to work. We shall see. Okay, I'm going to wait this out, but start the stream. Hopefully I can at least do the mute there. So we have the butterfly race here. There we go. And if I can get back to the other stream for here. There we go. Okay, Mel says good. No, that one's not it. Seeing it went back up. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Get all the way back to. I'm getting duplicates comments again. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so Atia's choosing the purple, which is pretty, and I totally agree with that. I think it is gorgeous. And then Jessica is going to pick the green. Yeah, it's like a moss green, number 4. And maybe more of a swamp green. Definitely got some green going on in the mix there for sure. I'm trying to figure out how I can switch this up. There we go. Better. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our next sprint, which is 45, and I'll see you in a bit. Happy reading. See, I think all that talk that we had about the color of his butterfly is why it wins. So there we go. Okay, we have the moss green, forest green butterfly as our winner. Excuse me. So, how did that sprint go for everyone? What did you do? Let me get this over here. Um, what did I do on that sprint? I had some more iced coffee, which is, always a fun time. And then I started on my hair, getting the tangles out here. Actually, I'm trying to finish up, hopefully today, from um last week is when sorry, yesterday. Sorry, yesterday is when I actually started detangling and all this madness. So there's that. And then I started Memorial Drive, which is the book that I am reading now. So it is a memoir and it's pretty good thus far. I'm about 13% into it. It's a short book, so it doesn't go very far. I don't even know how I made it to 13%. It doesn't even seem like it's even that long. But 13% is where I'm at now. So it should be a quick-ish read for us. So there's that. I'm just setting up our next timer here. This one's going to be cute. There we go. Let me find my chats here. Okay, so so we're talking about the color. Maybe it's swamp green. Whatever it was, it went. Hello, Willow. How are you doing today? Welcome to the chat. What are you up to today? Mel says, oh, no, and it's a recycling. Okay, so going back again. Extremists on some ish, y'all. Okay, there we go. All right, and then I am here. Tia got to page 312 of 427, and you may. Okay, you got a big book going on there. Enjoy, enjoy. Jessica says, I missed which one. I heard that it was green. Yes, it was number 4 that won. The forest or swamp green or moss green. All of those fit, but that's what's won for that sprint there. While we're here, we got about a little bit less than 2 hours left, y'all. So let's see what happens in this day in history. Today is April 15th, halfway through the month, y'all. On April 15th, we have Leonardo da Vinci was born, for those of y'all are into Da Vinci. And then you also have, I don't know, Guru Nanak, who's a Hindu religious leader. Actually, hold up. No, let me go back. A Hindu by birth, he traveled widely in search of spiritual truth and founded the Sikh religion. So Sikh religion founder, Guru Nanak, 1469. And Da Vinci was 1452. He painted the Mona Lisa there. Let's see what else happened. So I remember this one. In 2019, a massive fire, mostly likely caused by an electrical fault, engulfed the centuries-old Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, France. The fire melted the building's lead roof. Lead. That has to be really, really hot, okay? And toppled its 315 feet high spire. I didn't know about that one. Okay. I do remember that blazing fire, and they were talking about such a historical loss and that they were going to spend millions of dollars to renovate. In 1912 is when the Titanic hit an iceberg and sank in the Atlantic Ocean. More than 1,500 passengers and crew died. Now, if you have not heard about the Titanic or seen the movie, you need to rectify that immediately. I thought it was April 14th in 1912, but I guess it was April 15th. But there we go. I think they set out on the 14th, but it actually sank on the morning of the 15th in the wee hours. And let's see. In 1941, Russian American aircraft designer Igor Sikorsky's helicopter set a record in the US by staying in the air for an hour and 5 minutes in 14.5 seconds, because you know those little seconds count. So Sikorsky's design became the model for future helicopters. Okay, modern day helicopters in 1941. So you have the Notre Dame Cathedral burns, got helicopters invented. You have the Titanic sank and Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio, right? I'm thinking of the Titanic with Leonardo DiCaprio, but Leonardo da Vinci was born today. So that is this day in history, y'all. Hold up. That's the one I think that I said. Oh, we missed this. Look at this, y'all. In 1955, U.S. entrepreneur Ray Kroc opened the first McDonald's franchise in Illinois, later turning the fast food company into a global success. Ray Kroc opened the first McDonald's. I wonder where the name McDonald's came from, though. I would have thought the first person to create McDonald's was McDonald. Very interesting. All right. Well, there we go. There we go. This day in history. Jessica says that sprint, I swept my kitchen and started a load of laundry, plus finished one assignment. Next sprint, I will do my last assignment for that class, then switch to reading. You've had a busy day. I like how you are incorporating all of those things you need to do, which require reading and brain power, and still having reading afterwards. So that's awesome. Keep up the good work there, okay? Let's see. Oh, I did do laundry too. So that is a plus. So I think on Christina's list, everything has been done. So that's another thing I did on the sprint. So we have been busy, y'all. Let's keep it up and keep the productivity in there while we get to this next sprint. Okay. So we have this 45, and we'll see how much time we have left for the next one after this. Okay. We'll definitely have one more sprint at least after this one. So we have, if I could see it, y'all, I don't know why this layout keeps happening, but as you can see, we have a kitten race as I choose to try to fix this. We have a kitten race. So you have the little grayish, looks like a little light gray kitty right there for 1, 2, 3, 4. So light gray, dark gray, middle gray, and tabby looking. So I'm going to go with number 4 because it looks different. Every single time I try to go to a sprint is when this restream starts to act up here. Anyway, you can see it. I'm just trying to, it's going to sort itself out of the layout here. But choose your poison. Choose your poison. Come on, you. But I'm going to choose number 4. Trying to change this layout, y'all. No, I don't want to try again. Restream is driving me nuts, y'all. This has been 2 days of craziness. I think it's going to make me wait out for. Anyway, we will. Come on. Oh, man. It won't let me do anything but go between one area and another. Come on. Come on. It won't even let me see comments if that's coming through. Frustratedness, y'all. For those of y'all that do tech stuff, you know how I feel about all of this. Now it looks like another box is coming open. Come on. I can't even click back over to where you are at so that I could see comments here. I'm doing some troubleshooting, y'all. Bear with me here. Ooh, okay, let me know if y'all. Oh, did that correct the problem? Let me know if y'all can hear me here, okay? Let me know if you can hear me. Um, I don't know what is going on with Restream, and I'm getting the same error messages. I'm gonna get out of this and come back in, y'all. Okay, so just go back to my page if you get this message. Can y'all see me? Let me know. Let me know. Hopefully, it's. It looks like it may be working properly. It looks, but looks can be deceiving. Oh. No. What is going on today? I got out of it and then came back in. It let me do that seamlessly, but then once I get into here, then there was a problem. And it still says it's not my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is good. I have a very strong connection, so it's not that. So I'm not sure exactly what is going on. I'm gonna just completely get out of that. It says page unresponsive. You can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page. Okay, I'm going to exit and to just come back out. Hold on, let me try one more time. No, that didn't work. All right, I'm gonna just end this and then come back in, y'all. So just bear with me. No, it's not letting me end it either. Y'all, the conundrums. What if it's just Restream just being a hater? Okay, can y'all see me? I have no idea what's going on. I even tried to create another stream and it won't allow me to do that because it says this is still streaming. Oh, of course, I don't have my phone with me. And it still says. Okay. I'm trying to see what y'all see in YouTube here. Why can't I go from one thing to another? We might have to just end this too. I don't know what is going on. I haven't had any issues with anything else except Restream. Maybe it's time for me to get another service. Unless Restream is going through some things. I may need to start asking. Hold on. Hmm. I'm just looking at this feed on my Kindle here. I have no idea what this is going on here. So I can click away, apparently, to get to the timer and add that, although there is a lag, but it just came up. No, it actually hasn't. I see me, but I see the spot. Okay. Why is this not allowing me to click away? Yeah, I can't even click to see like your comments. Let me see if I can even hear audio on this. This is so strange. And even on here, it's paused. It says voice. All right. I'm going to end this because it's a lesson in futility and nothing's working. The only thing that's working is to me adding the timer to the screen, or when I click, I keep getting page unresponsive. You can wait for it to become responsive or end the page, which I've done both. Exits me out, but it won't allow me to start another stream. It just, when I click back, it takes me back to this one, which isn't working. So I'm just going to end this now, get some troubleshooting, maybe message Restream and seeing if they have any issues because um, I've been trying this and it's not working. I'm actually not even, I don't know if y'all are even getting the audio from here. I have it on here. I'm trying to look to see what y'all see on my Kindle here. I'm not even getting anything. To become responsible in the page, which I've done both. Oh, okay. Well, exits me out, but it won't allow me to start another stream. Okay, so y'all can hear me. Okay, you can hear me there. You know what? Actually, here's what we'll do. We will do this last sprint. How about this? And I'll give it a see if it'll correct itself in the meantime. Since this is here, I just won't be able to mute. At least I hope. So we'll see. Okay. Oh, hold up. All right, hold up. Something just happened. Let's see. Okay, y'all can hear me. I'm just looking at all your comments. This happened yesterday too. I know it did happen yesterday, Christina. I have no idea what happened. I did try to start a new stream to get out of it and come back in, but each time it says this one's active. I've gotten out 4 times already, and it keeps sending me right back to this same stream. So I'm not sure what's going on. It looks like it's sort of working out. We'll see. Atia says, are you using Chrome and Restream to be compatible? Yes, I do have Chrome, and I haven't had any issues. I've been using it for a year. I have no idea. You can hear me and see the timer. All right, well, it looks like it's working. So let me just go ahead and start this timer now and then go from there. Okay. Okay, y'all, put who you want in the chat. I want to start this before it starts acting sketch again. Okay. So I'm going to be off screen. I'm listening to Memorial Drive. It just started. It's a memoir. And I'm also trying to take these knots out my hair, which I'm not doing on camera. So we're going to start this and I will see y'all in 45. And I will make this our last sprint just in case this decides to keep acting up. Okay. So happy reading. Oh man. Okay. I probably was talking to myself throughout all of this stuff, but I was acknowledging Brandy is sprinting and Annette missing the chat and about Chris wanting to choose the winner because it's already won. I was saying that's a good strategy. Oh man. Okay, y'all. Oh, now this is wanting to work. Oh, anyway, so we're going to be getting out of here because Restream is a hater. Okay, I still got hours left of hair stuff. I'm trying to detangle some madness that I was trying to do that I'm not committing to. So it's taken forever. So that's what I'll be doing during the night. And I'll be in some chats as well as watching TV. So that's that. So I'm going to get out of here. Thank y'all for coming and bearing with me in the chaos that has been restreamed today. Okay. I don't know what is going on. I've about had it. So we're only about 30 minutes early, so that's fine. So Miss Nell with Nell Diamond will be sprinting today at 6 p.m. EST. So in about 30 minutes, she'll be sprinting with Wind Down Wednesdays for Read Your Library. So I will definitely see y'all in the chat somewhere in time there, okay? So y'all have a blessed day. Be well, read some good books, and all that good stuff. Thank you, Chris, for coming by. Much appreciated. Thank you all for coming by and bearing with the chaos that is a restream. It has been a chore today. Thank you, Christina. Okay, I'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good day, okay? Bye-bye.